Are live. What is up, you guys? It's your boy Rob, Hollow Avarice, back again to continue and possibly finish Horizon Forbidden West, which means hopefully I'll be starting Elden Ring soon. If you're watching this on Twitch, that'll be tomorrow. If you're watching this on YouTube, it's probably already happened. We got a lot yesterday. Yesterday we did a good chunk of the story. Right? Yes, yesterday we dealt with Regala and all of her, on our previous stream, Regala and all of her rebels. Did a whole bunch of ancillary stuff, clearing out the map. I was doing a little bit more of that off screen, and I actually found some cool stuff that I'm going to show you guys. But for now, we're just going to hop in. If you're watching this on Twitch, give me a follow. If you're watching on YouTube, like, comment, subscribe, do all the stuff, help me out. And we're just going to go. Here we go. While I was exploring yesterday, I found an axe in a tree. Wasn't the first thing I found. I found a couple things. Like, I found just a body lying on the ground, and it's like, hey, how'd this body get here? And I got to explore up a cliff, and I found there was a cave of green shine at the top, and a machine, and one lone machine guarding it. I'm like, oh, cool. Another time I found a bunch of destroyed buildings, and while I was looking around, I'm like, odd. Bunch of destroyed buildings. Cool. And I followed a path of destruction, and it led to just a slaughter spine and a bunch of machines. I'm like, cool. Dope. It was technically the closest slaughter spine you can get from the east, so it might well be the first slaughter spine you run into. Then I found this while I was doing my exploring. I was farming for goods, I was farming for a bunch of stuff. I found an axe in a tree. And she's like, wow, someone threw an axe into a tree and it stuck there. The axe is cold when I touch it. That's really weird. I wonder where this came from. I'm like, oh, is it like a frost effect weapon or something like that? And I followed it, and it led me to an old world cabin, but like real old, like Norse old. And on the little side there was one of the war totem, a totem to some ancient god of war. Yes, I found Kratos' house. They include Kratos' house in the Rocky Mountains, and that's where you find the little war totem. And I just thought that was too rad. I just thought that was so cool. So I wanted to show that to you guys. So I took a picture of the house and worked my way back to the axe and took a picture with the axe. I did save because I wanted to do one other thing. I found two of the, I also did a lot of exploration, and my idiot brain finally realized Apexes mainly come out at night. I couldn't find all these, but I was able to find a bunch of the Apex, like an Apex Plowhorn. I took one of those down. An Apex Fire Claw Strider I was missing. Apex Glinthawks, Apex Bellowbacks. I found Apex versions of all of these and took them down. Apex Shell Snapper was the only one I didn't take down because I didn't want to be bothered with it. I took down an Apex Stormbird, Apex Frostclaw, Apex Scorcher, Apex Slitherfang, Fireclaw, Slaughter Spine. I took down an Apex Slaughter Spine, and it was less of a hassle than this damn turtle. I did a bunch of Machine Strike. I did a bunch of all that ridiculous stuff. So I'm damn near 100% complete with everything. I also found out no matter how much you remove from your things, it doesn't get rid of these stupid things, so I have to sort through all of them. I wish there was a way to remove it from like that. Like, I haven't had a great MRE treat in a while. Why is it still here? I can't craft more of them. Unlike the sunwing traps and stuff. Why do I have to have it in my mini menu? I really hate that. I also found out that Apexes come out mostly at night. Wait till I'm 70 hours into the game to figure that out.
Trees full of arrows. What happened here?
And I had to Google this, so...
Someone was using this tree for target practice. Maybe I can pick up their trail with my...
Because... I found this. A carved figure resembling a powerful war god. And I had these two, the Totems of Brotherhood. There's only one war totem left. So I just Googled it and found out where the last one was. I think IGN, actually. You're useful every now and then, IGN. Thank you. And yeah. This is just one last thing.
Calling.
This is a school? Oh, school buses.
Stormbird. It's almost like it's watching over a dead city.
The Totem of Youth. Oh my god, it's a little Atreus. Yeah. And this is where I found the Alpha Stormbird.
Some kind of carved figure. Looks like a boy.
Face paint unlocked, Mark of War. That's cool. You can get Kratos' face paint. Sorry. I'm sorry. Leave me alone. I did a lot of stuff. Like I upgraded all of my ammo, belts. So just these, I have like a bunch of the light bows, a bunch of more spikes, more bombs, more shredders, more of everything. Yeah, I did a...
I'm still getting a signal from my focus.
When will you not say? Some of them, like I fully upgraded the Sun Torch, some of them were the biggest pains. Like this, a Dreadwing primary nerve. I must have killed 4 or 5 more Dreadwings. Could not find a primary nerve. Same with my armor. I must have killed 7 or 8 Thunderjaw, including an Apex Thunderjaw. No primary nerve. As far as I can tell, they have a 62% chance of dropping. Not once did it drop. Not once did the primary nerve drop. I got fed up. A bunch of other stuff I did, I got fed up. Like, I could... A lot of these are not complicated. Like, take out a Stormbird without destroying its cannon, doable. Defeat a Fireclaw without destroying its Fire Sack, easily doable. And now I have an Apex Stormheart because I destroyed the Apex Stormbird. These are all super... I didn't get when I destroyed the Apex Slaughter Spine, so that one's doable. Like, when it's an odd thing, though, and it's just... And it just wouldn't drop, I gave up. I fully just gave up trying to upgrade that armor. I was infuriated. Yeah. So a bunch of the Apexes were cool, like the Apex Glinthawks and all them that I finally found. Yeah, I never really explored this area. Down to this little peninsula.
Forrest would help here. The machine was born for the
Anything cool? Oh, hey guys, it's a shell snapper. Fine. Nothing here. Oh hey, it's an apex shell snapper, who I literally just complained were super annoying. Go away. That's right. Shove off, you big turtle. I can't
Past those lines now.
emphasize how much they annoy me. On here, I don't know why they originally called it Treasure Island. There's a mission control. They found a few dozen drone POVs, all self-autonomously mining precious metals near from near-Earth asteroids. Can you imagine how much it must be worth? Okay. Alright, bud, let's get out of here. So yeah, as just did a bunch of grinding and looting yesterday. Finally went back, did the arena. I just did the first arena. It was fine. The that last mission in the arena was kind of a pain because they take away all of your ammo and armor and your skill that you choose.
This'll break my fall.
And give you a preset loadout. And it was fine. I still beat it, but like,
That must be the entrance to the Valley of the Fall.
I hate when games do that.
Vera should be around here somewhere.
When they limit your options or force you to play in a certain style. Like, the whole point of the game is you had so many options to do what you want to do. Not during this specific thing, though. And I get it's a challenge mode, so I'm fine with it. As long as they didn't do it in the main game, I'm good with it.
You're not going back.
Marshal Vera, I heard you were sent to rescue some Tanakh who went into the valley. I'm guessing you must be one of them.
It's like those games that cut off, like, give bosses just complete immunities to half your strategies to shut down them. I hate that stuff.
The valley was closed months ago for good reason. Machines have gathered in number, as if they're drawn there by something. Not to mention the strange glowing lights off the coast.
The valley is cursed. We never should have gone.
Zenith.
You said there are strange lights off the coast.
From an island to the south. They appeared one day out of the blue around the same time the machines moved into the valley. There have also been reports of a streak of light that rises and falls in the sky above the island.
I saw it on the fourth night. A flame that climbed in the sky until it disappeared among the stars.
Zenith.
Is there any way to get to the island?
No. The currents between the island and the shore are too strong. You'd drown for sure.
Oh, it's on an island. I wonder if this has something to do with the Zeniths.
Don't know what any of that's about, but maybe?
Yvira, you were made a marshal at the Cool Route. And you were by Hikaru's side in the final stand against Regala.
And you're
Yeah.
the one who flew on the wings of the Ten, ended Regala's threat in a single combat.
I was just doing what I could to help.
In an amazing way. And I saw what you did with my own eye. Here I thought the Cool Route was the best day of my life, becoming a marshal, bearing witness to the vision of unity. But you really outdid yourself against Regala. I have a lot to live up to.
If the valley's been off limits for months, why did you go in?
We wanted to run the trial.
The valley is a great test for lowland soldiers. Survive for 10 days and nights. Take down any machine that stands in the way.
Dax had a plan. We'd hunt down each machine one by one until we cleared
No, I was thinking.
earned the
Wait, so
command.
there's a Dax, a Hax, and a Jax?
We got
Jax
separated
was
from
the
the
old
attack.
veteran who's now Utaru.
Then machines cut us
Hax
off from the way.
was one of the
By the
racers.
time Marshal Avira found us, we were
Now-
wounded and out of supplies.
Dax.
More machines attacked us as we made our escape. Dax was right behind us, but he couldn't run fast enough.
A lot of machines in one place. I better look into it. See if I can put a stop to it.
Then I'll come with you. Fight by your side.
No. Better let me.
I guess if you... Once you're in the valley, head for the Great Falls and the cliff south of the Metal Devil. The machines seem attracted to those sites.
Got it.
We'll rest here a while more, then strike true as the 10 A.
You get her back to a medic. That's clearly a priority.
Something's attracting machines into the valley. Like some kind of lure. Wonder what a merchant would trade for this. A few months without use and this trail's falling apart. Or is this part of the trial?
Up. Really up. Alright, it's a free climbing parkour course. Gotcha.
Okay, better follow the trail. Hope this bridge holds up.
I mean,
It's a long way to fall.
honestly, I could just fly in at this point, couldn't I? I got this quest a while ago, so it was probably supposed to be done before I got the ability to fly. Yep, there we go.
I gotta climb up higher. This really is a trial.
I'll do it one more time. After that, I'm calling my bird.
Made it. Now to find the waterfall and the cliff south of the horse. Yvira mentioned deadly machines were gathering near there. Avira might have taken this machine down when she was helping Kanala escape. Another dead machine.
A crossclaw.
Took a lot
Spears
of
of
hits
its
to bring
back.
this one down. Better be ready for anything. A dead Tanox. That must be Dax. Nako's brother. Died fighting the machine.
A Ravager.
What a waste.
Yeah, I mean, you have a view of that.
Glowing lights. This must be the Zenith base. Looks like they have a shield around the entire place. Of course, they'd make their base on their own private island. Hold on, Beta. We're coming for you soon. But, back to the current problem. I've got to check out the areas Avira mentioned. Near the big waterfall and south of that Horus on the ridge.
You know, let's check out this.
There's the waterfall, and killer machines, as promised. If I'm right, there should be a lure around here. I might be able to find it with my focus.
Alright, I get it. You're both all fiery.
There. Area is clear.
Gotcha.
Now let's see if there's a lure around here.
Did I knock a part off one? Yeah, I knocked off a wing burner. Cool.
Better fill up while I can.
Guess it's that over there.
The
That
machine
one thing I've never seen before.
What? But this one looks advanced. Like Zenith tech. Happy to take a closer look? Okay, let's see if I can turn this thing on.
Yeah. Let's see if we can interact with Zenith technology. This would be a cool thing. Send it back to our...
Looks like a log. From something called the Julius? Some Zenith AI?
Julius.
Says local vermin exterminated. Was it attracting machines to kill intruders here? Well, at least this thing is shut down now. I should head to the cliff south of the Horus. There might be another lure there. That's as clean as I'm gonna get out here.
So yeah, it was literally put here because the Tenakth kept coming close to their base. I clearly saw a radar right down there, but
Should hit it with frost ammo.
night has fallen and more big boys have come out.
Machines here. There's a lure nearby. I'm focused on where to find it. Image yourself in the forest. Might help deal with the machines.
Actually, 100% override him. Everything's freaking out, but yeah. Now, let them fight. There you go. Thank you, bud. I'll take out this little bastard over here.
Still in this fight.
And where are the disc launchers? I'm not going to use them. About to break. Now run underneath him. Try again, run underneath him. There we go. Nope. Hey, you survived. No, I didn't see in
I
here.
should look around. See if I can find a lure.
Still no primary nerve. Dope. A lot of fun.
Another lure. Better deal with it.
Literally, the amount of thunder draws I've killed without.
All right.
Yeah.
Gotta shut this thing down. Another weird log from the Julius. This one mentions a third lure close by. I better check it out. It looks like I was right.
Yeah, I know where it is. I already saw it.
Zeniths left these things here to draw in machines and protect the approach to their base. There's the lure. I have to take out these machines before I can shut it off.
What do we got? A couple of.
Could hit it with purge water.
This one's probably the easiest. I didn't even get Apex. I think they're just a regular, right? Yeah. Because they're all one-hit kills if they get close enough. The route. Hey, bud.
Easy, Aloy.
You know, it's one droid.
Should be able to override the lure now.
This feels like a trap, though. That was too easy for the final one. The second one had a damn tremor
That should be the last
tusk.
one. And looks like there's a recording here.
Hey, shithead. I got a task for you.
The Julius is ready to serve!
Shut up and do what you're told. Use the indigenous robots to keep this place clear of local vermin. I'll do it myself, but Gerard says I have to stay focused, so have some
What?
fun for the both of us, huh?
Will do, benefactor Visser. You can count on the Julius.
So Eric left a simple AI in charge of the lures. Looks like it shut itself down when I overrode the last one. Oh, I better get to that wounded Tanox. See if they're okay.
What's an Outlander doing all the way out here?
Clearing the valley? You must be one of the missing Tanox. Everyone thought you were dead.
Nearly. Dax and Kanala. Are they...
Kanala's alive. Marshal Yvira pulled her out.
Speaking of...
Aloy!
Yvira, couldn't stay away, could you?
And miss my chance to hunt with the champion in the Valley of the Fallen? Never. And I see you found
I was about to say, well, you missed
Now
all the
this looks like a
fights.
fight. You with me, Marshal? My blade is yours!
Spectre, or two.
Blood of the Ten! We get to kill these things? What are they? Grab the ammo! Hut!
I don't care too much about harvesting. I care about breaking right now. Did I just kill her?
Let's cross it over.
Many thanks, Aloy. Aloy, here! I got it in my sight!
Take the shot.
We did it!
Nice.
Amazing! I'll go check on Yveka.
I think I took care of all the lures. I should let Yvira know.
Yeah, I knew that would be too simple just for the final lure. Defending the coast right off their base. They had to leave some of their own machines to defend it.
I'll gather these while I can.
Not even close, soldier.
There we go.
I'll be right back. She needs a medic, but she'll live. Thanks to you.
Just give her some berries.
Gotta say, every time we meet is the best day ever for fighting. That battle was something else. And those weird machines. Do you think there'll be more?
Oh, yeah.
I figured out what was causing the machines to gather.
But not
around.
here, but at their base,
I'm gonna stop
100%.
to it.
Oh, good news for the clan then.
You don't want to fight more of those things, Evira. They're not like other machines. The masters they answer to see people as inconveniences. They'd kill anyone without a second thought. And eventually I'll have to deal with them.
Sooner than eventually.
The lights offshore. Is that from them?
Yeah. It's a kind of shield to protect the island. The machines drawn to this valley were meant to kill anyone who got close.
Meaningless slaughter. But definitely something for a champion, not a marshal. Here, take this then. It might help with what lies ahead.
Thank you. The valley should be safe enough for a while. But you have to tell the rest of the Tenakth to stay as far away from that island as possible.
By the champion's word. I hope our paths cross again, Aloy.
Champion of the cold route. How we roll. Alright, let's go. On the wings of the 10. Gonna fly her over this Clamberjaw site just to get it marked on our map. This Horus has an energy cell. Use that if I wanted to. I really can't wait to storm that island. I guess let's head back and begin this final mission. Starting with a summit. Of all of these characters.
Hey, Mr. Know-It-All is here. You know, your focus buddy who never smiles. I didn't know what to do with him, so I had him wait in your room.
Got it. Thanks. Well, Silence. Looks like you finally found a door you could open without me.
I'm glad it's there, actually. It kept me from having to mingle with the company you keep. But enough prattle. I believe you owe me an explanation. Your plans for the Zenith base?
That's what we're all waiting
You're right.
for.
I do owe you. My spear in your throat for deceiving me again. At the Hades Proving Lab.
I doubt you asked me here for that kind of reckoning.
No. Right now, I need your help. So I'm giving you one final chance. But
Betray
if
me
you
again.
ever betray me again, I will kill you no matter what the circumstance. Understood?
Very well. Though we'll both face a decidedly short future if you can't get us inside that base.
Aloy, your other guest is here. She's, coming to you.
Thanks. Good timing. The truth is, I can't actually get us into the base. But she can.
The company you keep is even worse than I thought.
Not a fan of surprises, are you? Oh, look. That must be your little invention.
Does the weapon work? Without self-destructing?
Of course it does. I've eliminated the imperfections and greatly improved its design and output.
How can we be sure?
Care for a demonstration?
I mean, she's a spy,
Enough,
so she's pretty
both
much
of
the
you.
silence of her day.
We're in this together. At least for now. Go talk to Erend. Tell him I said to give you rooms of your own. I'll come see you when I get a chance.
Oh, no. You first.
Better get everyone in the control room, so Tilda can tell us what she knows about the Zenith base. With Regala out of the way, Hikaru and Tanakh, they're safe. The future's up to them now. I do wish they'd drop all the honorary names they've given me. But if I've learned anything about them, that it's not a battle I am going to win.
Desert Flame, champion of the coal route, one who flies on the wings of the 10.
I'm gonna clean my gear later. I can do yours.
I cleaned it already.
Of course.
Thank you.
Don't mention it.
Did you need something?
Ah, so that makes sense. Alright. Override Dreadwings. Override Rollerback. Override Spell Snappers. Override Slitherfangs. Override Wide Maws. Still need to get a primary nerve for the Slaughter Spine. Okay, I can do that. We're going into the final push. Not too worried about materials right now. Let's craft up.
I keep thinking he's just gonna be standing there. Aloy, it appears that we have some interesting new guests. I'm glad to see you're okay, though. I heard you gave the Tanakh something to talk about. I was half expecting you to burst in through the ceiling riding a sunwing.
Sorry to disappoint. Have you talked to any of our new friends?
Erend and I tried speaking to Silence, but apparently our tribal prattle is unnecessary.
Charming, isn't he? Ready to head over to the Zenith base?
Whatever comes, we will endure.
Thoughts on our new Zenith acquaintance?
I'd say she smells like death, but even death smells of something. She's more like a cold piece of metal, bent on repelling all semblance of life.
She's definitely different.
Yeah.
I have to...
I'll make sure
Thanks.
Aloy, you came back with some interesting friends.
Wish I could say we don't need them. But Sylens and Tilda are here for a reason, even Regala.
Yeah. Enemy of my enemy and all that.
Right. I guess Sylens is keeping to himself, as usual.
I was hoping he'd give me an excuse to hammer his sorry ass to the ground.
Please don't.
You telling me you wouldn't want to get just one good hit on that smug face of his? After everything he's done?
Sure. Later. Right now, he's got something we need. Doesn't look like any of our guests are making trouble.
Yet. So, Katalo tells me you flew. Well, that's new. I've been busting my balls trying to learn to read. You're out there having all the fun.
Don't worry. You'll be getting all the fun you can handle soon. With the Zeniths.
Looking forward to it.
You, talked to Tilda at all?
I tried. I don't think even a hot forge could melt that ice. And you say she wants to help?
I think so. I better get...
Oh, you know where to find me.
So, you return. Bravo. You managed to sway a Zenith to your side. Care to explain?
Not a chance. I thought you said the weapon was ready.
There's always room to optimize. But that's not why you're here. I assume you want to comprehend my undertakings. So...
A little bit.
Ask away.
Since when were you so forthcoming?
Since you turned this into a waiting game. And as it seems you have found modest success, perhaps I'm willing to be generous.
Okay, so your big plan, everything you've been manipulating for the last few months. Let me see if I got this straight. You learned about the Zeniths from Hades when you interrogated it. Then you came up with a plan to defeat them by using a Tenakth army and that weapon. And to get the Tenakth to fight for you, or rather the Sons of Prometheus, armed Regala's rebels with override tech.
Did you have an actual question, or are you still playing catch-up?
Ah, so
So
smug.
all this time, even before I found the coordinates at the Spire, you were out here scheming. Why couldn't you just tell me?
When I learned of the Zenith's return to Earth, I laid out my plans. I knew I would one day require an army of overzealous Tenakth to assault the Zenith base. The casualties would be extreme.
And he knew
And
Aloy
I
wouldn't
knew
go for
you
it.
would never allow such a sacrifice, no matter how necessary. Thus, I devised a means to remove your interference from the equation. At the Hades Proving Lab.
You wanted me to surrender to the Zeniths at the Hades Proving Lab. They almost killed me.
Based on everything I knew about them, I concluded they would find you a useful asset.
He didn't know about Beta.
Thereby keeping you out of harm's way, and more importantly, out of my way.
So you really didn't know they had their own clone of Elizabeth?
No. Unfortunately, there was no way I could have known that particular detail.
Detail? Well, I guess if it wasn't for that, we wouldn't be here today. Why create the Sons of Prometheus? You didn't need a Sarah to make override tech.
They were a necessary safeguard. My time serving Hades in the Eclipse demonstrated the risks of getting directly involved. Through the Sons of Prometheus, I could execute my plans, all while remaining anonymous.
Except to a Sarah. How did you get a Sarah to work for you?
I knew there was an associate of the Oseram tinker, Durval, who escaped his failed assault on Meridian. It was trivial to track her down and gain her cooperation. She wanted to succeed where Durval had failed.
So you promised her Regala, and the Tenakth. The Sarah would help you create a machine-riding army, and wanted to see Meridian burn as much as she did.
And so a partnership was born out of thirst for blood, bonded in mutual self-interest.
You think you had everything figured out, huh?
I did.
Why help Regala take over? If you wanted an army, you could have just gone to Hikaru.
Before Regala's rebellion, Hikaru was
As long as there was
concerned
peace among
with
the three
battling
tribes.
machines and fostering friendships
Yeah.
with the Karja. Even if I gained his ear, he would never agree to send his forces to battle a threat he couldn't understand.
So helping a bloodthirsty exile was easier.
Yes, exceedingly so. All Regala
He was
craved
super
was
willing to
war
fight, yeah.
against the Karja and anyone who threatens the Tanakh. She would have led the tribe into battle without question, which was precisely what I needed.
While I was out there, I had a couple run-ins with the Quen.
The tribe from across the ocean. And?
Their entire tribe was shaped around the discovery of focuses. One of them, Alva, even joined me here. Don't you want to know more about them?
No. They stumbled upon the greatest technological artifact from the ancient world, and what did they do with it? They shrouded the knowledge they unearthed in mysticism and taboo, creating a pantheon out of corporate shills.
Yes, well, it also led them to Thebes.
Did it now?
So those run-ins with the Quen I mentioned. On one of them I teamed up with their expedition to search Thebes. We found Pharaoh at the end.
You must have needed Omega clearance. So, what was it like?
Worse than you can imagine.
He single-handedly wiped out collective human knowledge. I'm sure it was still less than he deserved.
Let me guess. You would have scraped him into a jar so you could prod his brain, like what you did with Hades.
For a start.
He was converted into a giant biomass around a volcano.
Tell me about the weapon. How does it work?
I've upgraded the delivery system. It now emits a wave-like effect covering a significant distance.
That doesn't fully...
No, but I'd be a fool to reveal its inner working. After all, why did you withhold your plan for dealing with the Zenith drone? Yes. Even you can appreciate the value of secrecy when warranted. Suffice it to say that the weapon will work. The intricacies of how...
Alright, Silence. I think I've talked to you long. I'll let you know when it's time to go. And try not to mess with Tilda while I don't need the two of you butting heads.
Ah, yes. About your Zenith ally. I wonder if you understand what kind of person you're dealing with. For someone to live as long as she has, outlast as many calamities, well, your goals may be aligned now, but I'd watch for the moment they diverge.
Yeah, I'm aware. Reminds me of someone else I know.
Survival is only a necessity to my greater purpose, Aloy. I'd hoped you'd recognize that by now.
Do you know something, or...
Oh, I know a great deal of things. But on this, just call it... a feeling.
Oh, a feeling? You mean you finally had one? Huh. Guess even you can change, Silence.
Oh, the greatest thing you've ever taught me is to distrust.
We've never played Machine Strike together.
Oh, no. I got enough trouble with Catalo, always kicking my ass.
Who says I'm any good at it?
The way my luck's going, I'll bet you're a pro.
He's the one who bought him the board, right?
Aloy, you flew? Kotalo told me. And took out Regala's machine? You know what? I don't even know why I'm surprised. I saw we have visitors and a new weapon. Does this mean we're ready to take the fight to the Zeniths?
Almost.
Oh, and I wanted to give you this. For helping me get the data on Leviathan. I didn't really know what to give you, so I asked Zoe what you might like.
Thanks, Alva. I'll put it to good use. Are you okay?
I was wondering, is it really safe having someone like Regala here? She seems angry. The kind of angry that leads to murdering people in their sleep.
Don't worry. We're going to point that anger in the right direction. The Zeniths.
If you say...
I hope our new guests have been behaving.
This Silence... He's the one who built the weapon that can take down Zenith shields?
He is.
He's a
I
Beno,
wouldn't expect
right?
him to answer any questions about it. He refuses to dole out his secrets to us lesser mortals.
Oh.
You know that special part of us that makes us warm, kind, welcoming?
Our... spirit?
Yeah. He was born without that. Have you looked through the data we recovered on Leviathan?
There is much to sort through, but I believe we'll be able to get it operational and turn back the floods. And I've given more thought to everything we've uncovered about the Ancestor. The Overseers would have us believe they were infallible paragons, but Pharaoh wasn't. Not even close. His greed led to machines that devoured the world, the archive of the Old One's knowledge destroyed, just to erase his mistakes. So, when we learned that Eileen had a hand in covering up hundreds of deaths, I started to think they were all the same. Selfish, egotistical, cruel. But in the end, it's not that simple. The truth isn't a straight line of ink on a crisp scroll. It's a splatter, smudged and faded on stained parchment. I wish more Quen could see that, instead of looking the other way or twisting the truth to serve their own schemes.
I doubt Bohai would agree with you.
No, nor the rest of the Board of Overseers. As Eileen said, it's easier to believe the lie is truth, but it's worth fighting for. And this diviner, at least, won't settle for anything less.
I suppose you saw that Tilda is here. Our very own Zenith.
I almost went up to her to ask her, well, every question I've ever had about the legacy. Every diviner I know would kill to get 5 minutes with one of the old ones. But now that she's here, all I feel is a vague unease. I don't know if I'm scared of finding out more uncomfortable truths, or just scared of her.
He's very
Probably
poetic and
both.
speaking in prose, so...
You sure you're
And
okay
all this
going
polite.
on
I
this
figure
mission?
they would get along
I know
best of
things must
everyone.
be happening pretty fast for you.
I've already braved oceans and madmen who thought they were ancestors reborn. Why not a few immortals with lethal drones at their command, too?
Guess the more the merrier. I need to wrap up a few things, but stay sharp.
I'll be ready when...
Before I forget, I wanted to...
Chocolate frosting. Sounds like a ration every soldier should have.
I see you've got your new arm ready to go.
Yes. It still feels strange. I've gotten used to the absence, but no matter. I'm sure I will need it before the attack on the Zenith base is through.
Where's the spade? There's data here. Another room. What for?
Switch to a private log? Okay, so, Regional Control Center 9. Design of the facility's coming along. When Gaia finally builds it, it'll have everything it needs. Except personality. So, I'm going to sneak in my own mark. A couple of flourishes. Starting with this little tucked-away hideout. August would have gotten a kick out of it. He loved hidden passages, like the kind in old English castles. But I've got something bigger planned. My piece de resistance, if you will.
That's the Poseidon logo.
Oh, I'm back in the sleeping quarters.
That's now a door I can open. That is so cool. That's rad as hell. That's rad as hell.
Did you see Katala's new arm?
I'm no chaplain, but that is...
These are all strike pieces I've got. That's so cool. All the strike pieces I collected are displayed back there.
Haven't seen you since the battle at the Grove. How are you holding up?
I saw you fly on the wings of the Ten, and paralyze Regala's army with lightning. I would say that I am inspired.
Thank you.
It is I who should be thanking you.
Your people keep mentioning the wings of the Ten.
The visions tell us that the Ten flew on great metal machines with wings and leapt into battle from the sky for us. To imitate. It is
I've
why
heard
the
him say this, yeah.
now, like the deeds of the Ten themselves, it will never be forgotten. So, tell me.
Something new.
How did it feel?
I won't lie. Pretty good.
I can only imagine.
Look, I know you're probably not happy about keeping Regala around, but I want her on our side when we fight the Zeniths.
It is more than she deserves. Even so, I will not question your judgment.
Thank you, Kotallo. Anything new going on I should know about?
The Quen has been more insistent than usual, asking about the visions at the Grove. Her pursuit of knowledge is relentless. The Ten would have a hard time fighting her off.
Just think of her like one of your chaplain.
Yes. Only more persistent.
Things will get ugly once the Zeniths realize we're in their base. You'll need every trick you've ever learned.
I would have it no other. Many soldiers died in the old world to make sure we stood here today. We will endure on their behalf. Though, I am curious how you intend to defeat the Zenith's defenses without an army of our own.
Leave that to me. Just make sure you're ready to fight.
As you say. You have more than earned my trust.
Did you meet Tilda?
There is something about her that doesn't seem natural. I wouldn't be surprised if my sword went through her and she didn't bleed at all.
Honestly, with her, nothing would surprise me. I have to go.
Understood.
There you are.
Seed depository. I'm now just looking for secret passages.
I
Hey!
believe Regala and your Tenakth friend have been carefully avoiding each other. Well done, Aloy. Despite my reservations, you managed to secure Silence and his weapon. You're truly a shining example of Liz's fortitude.
I've been thinking about what you said at your house. How you were friends with Elizabeth. It was more than that.
Perceptive as ever. You're right, we were together for a time.
Ah.
Okay, so... what happened?
I was an orphan. I had always been alone. By my 30s, I was starting to wonder if that was simply my fate in life. And then I met Liz. We kept running into each other at conferences. We'd have coffee. At some point, it became drinks. I thought it was just shop talk, an exchange of ideas, but then I was surprised at how much I looked forward to seeing her. Soon we were flying halfway across the world every other week just to meet up. For the first time, I didn't feel lonely. I could imagine a future where I wasn't. I think Liz felt the same way at first. She had lost her mother a few years back. I filled a void for her. I know I did. But as time passed, it seemed as though she wanted less when I wanted more. And so we ended things.
Oh, it's Carrie Ann Moss. It's
for helping me.
Trinity.
Restoring Elizabeth's dream. It's what?
A second chance, yes. I made a mistake leaving Earth while Liz
She even
stayed
looks like her.
behind.
Oh, God, I see
I
it,
should
yeah.
have done more. So when I saw you, A woman who has carved her own remarkable path. Beyond even what made Liz a phenomenon. I knew I had to help you. To do right by her.
Why do you think Elizabeth pulled away?
I've wondered that for 1,000 years. She was brilliant. Visionary. She cared so deeply for the world. For the betterment of humanity. But it also felt like she kept everyone at arm's length, including me. She never wanted to share her burdens. I think, in the end, she had a core that she never let anyone be part of. Sometimes I wonder if anyone really knew her.
That kind of parallels
of you and Elizabeth
Aloy.
back in the proving lab after Farzeneth's attempt to steal Gaia.
Yes. A most unpleasant conversation.
She said something after the call. I think she regretted how things ended between you.
Did she? All this time, thank you for telling me. I've always hated that those were the last words we ever said to each other.
I do remember us getting that
And
recording.
her last impression of me was as a functionary of Farzeneth, not who I truly am.
Why did you make the data channel look like your house?
I built that house as a shelter to weather any storm. A safe place, not just for me, but for the art stored in its depths. Cultural artifacts of incalculable value. Truly, some of the greatest achievements of human civilization.
And you wanted Beta to see?
Yes.
I heard
thought
this.
It would bring a heritage every bit as valuable as the scientific and technical data being drummed into. I'm sorry, I had to cut.
When it's time to break into the Zenith base, what can we expect?
I'll go over the full layout once you've assembled your friend. Suffice it to say, we will need to dealing with heavy resistance along the. There are also printing facilities where the others have been amassing the natural resources they've stripped from the region.
What for?
First for use in the base's infrastructure, and then to fabricate more Spectre drones.
When I was out in the wilds, I saw a shuttle take off from the island, heading for space.
It was likely ferrying materials to and from our ship in orbit. After hundreds of years luxuriating in our digital comforts, disaster can strike at any moment. We've learned our lesson.
So they're stocking on the ship just in case. Okay.
Have you figured out how Silence's weapon works?
No, and he's been very careful not to allow me near it. I'll admit it bothers me, but regardless of how it functions, I am confident it will deactivate the other shields en masse.
How many of them are in the base?
10, including Eric and Gerard. Only a handful of us made it to our ship when our colony collapsed.
What can you tell me about Gerard?
He was the head of the world's largest financial conglomerate.
Money man.
And as such,
a banker.
had dealings with almost every major corporation. It made him one of the wealthiest people on Earth, and certainly the wealthiest among Farzeneth.
What does one person do with that much money?
Buy more power, more influence. Gerard's always believed himself to be a refined patrician, able to maintain control with a polished smile. But beneath that exterior is a cold and calculating operator. It was his decision to restrict Beta's upbringing to her digital educators, the avatars of the Apollo database, while we were painted as her benefactors.
Well, we'll deal with him soon enough. And the others.
I would very much like to see his face when he realizes we've beaten him.
So, Eric. Was he always a bloodthirsty psychopath?
I believe he got worse over time. On Earth, he was the founder of a profitable private military company. A band of cutthroats, in other words. Even as governments abandoned human combatants in favor of automated warfare. He found success with clientele that required a more personal touch. There were also rumors that he personally hunted and killed his targets. On occasion, all for the thrill of it. But on Sirius,
Her
he
eyes are
retreated to
shaking.
virtual reality simulations. In them, he could go on rampages as violent as he pleased. though I suspect with diminishing satisfaction.
All of his tribe believes he was one of the greatest people from the old world.
Then they would be quite disappointed to meet him, though I'm sure he'd bask in the adoration.
When Beta escaped and hid in an ancient research facility, I saw another one of the Zeniths, Verbena. Who was she?
A dull star amidst a sea of brighter constellations. Unlike most of Far Zenith's members who amassed their wealth through shrewd business deals and technological achievements, Verbena inherited her billions. Her father had achieved great success in the luxury holotourism industry. At age 24, she became the world's most eligible bachelorette.
Literally a
granting herself
celeb,
a life designer.
an influencer, a
Someone who
celebutante.
leverages their fame to influence the choice of others.
What, like a cult?
An influencer,
In a way,
yeah.
yes.
Yeah, 100%.
Well, she must have done something right to have survived this
Like and
long.
subscribe.
She was her own brand of ruthless. That much is true. But even rats can cling to a vessel for escape.
When I was in the ruins of Vegas, I found data on a man named Stanley Chen. I think he was a Zenith.
Stanley, ever the optimist. He was one of the good ones. When we established our colony, he built an exact replica of Las Vegas in virtual reality. Lights, shows, gambling, every detail perfectly recreated. And while others cloistered themselves in their own fantasies, he flung his doors wide to everyone.
The way you're talking about him, I'm guessing he didn't make it back to Earth.
No, he perished when our colony was
That's a genuine bummer.
He would have been thrilled to discover that part of his beloved city survived.
Okay, so I've had run-ins with a handful of Zeniths. What about the rest?
An array of the wealthiest people on Earth, titans of their industries.
And let me guess, all selfish and ruthless to the core?
Most, but not all. There were a few with whom I got along. Annika Murjani, for instance, was always delightful. She founded the Holonet's most successful dance channel and was herself mesmerizing to watch. And I had fascinating discussions with Song Jiao about her work in
That's one of the
Cerebral.
ancestors that Alva worshipped.
Our immortality treatments are due in part to her achievements. But then there were others like Devin Miller, the CEO of a fast food printing corporation. His only real preoccupations were perfecting his golf swing and taking self-hollows. When I think about all of us, we really should have accomplished more. We had eternity.
You said before that you're not like the other Zeniths, that you never were. But you went along with all of their plans.
Out of necessity. I'm not proud of it. But complicity became a means of survival. Both when Earth was consumed and when the colony on Sirius was destroyed. I did what I had to. But I resolved to remain one step ahead of the others, hence the data channel with Beta. The secret passage into their base and the little trick I pulled to save you.
Okay. I'll let you know when it's time.
I'll be here until then. And thank you, Aloy, for giving me this chance. My past has always been a struggle. More than once I've lost everything. But when I look to the future, I see Liz's dream fulfilled. A universe of new possibilities.
Maybe we can make it happen.
We will.
I've been tackling the design of the Ag Lab. Place is gonna have a lot of seed stock to work with. My favorite? Sample 626.
It's the same guy who designed the secret room. That is pretty cool. Store all those. I'll keep my favorites on me. I've got a variety of weapons like this. The glow blast spike thrower. The wings of the 10.
Elizabeth and Tilda had a history. The more I learn about her life, the more complicated it seems. I guess she saw something good in Tilda. I don't know what exactly, but seems like it was enough. For a while, at least.
The deal's off,
There
Tilda.
it is, yeah.
Zero Dawn got its ectogenic chambers. Far Zenith needs the Apollo database. There's no reason this incident...
You tried to steal Gaia.
I had nothing to do with it. And you punished those responsible. Your logic bomb has them scrambling to restore vital systems.
I'm really supposed to believe that you knew nothing about this?
Please, Liz. Humanity's chances are slim as is. You may not approve of our plan. But what if we're the only ones to survive? Don't you want us to have Apollo to remember our common past, our mistakes? I'm begging you.
Fine. You'll get your copy of Apollo.
Thank you. Let's speak again before...
Goodbye, Tilda. Time to let go.
Time to let go. Yeah, so she was still thinking about Tilda right up until then. That's rough, buddy. More secrets. Knew about this one already.
This place smells wrong. No sand or wind, only cold steel. And the others up there, your squad.
They can hold their own. And as for this base, it may not be what you're used to, but it is a shelter.
Call it what it is. A cage.
You came here on your own.
For the battle you promised. So for now I wait in my...
The whole time I've been in the West, I've been fighting you and your rebels. I'd at least like to know why.
You were among the enemy. What more is there to know?
Why did you do it?
Dorok, Jiroka, Makalo, and the Karja pushed into the desert to raid our people. My brother's squad was among the first to intercept them.
Brothers,
but the
multiple.
Karja captured them, strung them up, and burned them alive as an example. It was too late. I found them by the sound of their screams.
So you wanted vengeance?
Vengeance? No. I wanted devastation. To tear down the Karja's cities and drown the land in blood. Hunt down every last survivor and grind their bones until the sky chokes on the dust. But my chief betrayed me. Betrayed the Tenakth.
The deal you made. Override tech in exchange for an assault on the Zenith base. How did Sylens approach you?
That name means nothing to me. My agreement was with the Osirama Sera and her sons of Prometheus.
So all this time, you didn't even know who you were really dealing with, and you trusted an Outlander?
If it was a trick, I would have crushed her. But she spoke with the same burning hatred for the Karja, and she offered me the chance to run them down with machines. The terror in your enemy's eyes when they see you charge. You know what I'm talking about. I bet you felt.
I don't think so. What about your end of the deal? Would you have honored it?
Had I killed Hekarro and become chief, these Zeniths would have been the first of the tribe's victory. But because of you, my people will continue to consort with the enemy.
Because of me, hundreds of Tenakth won't throw away their lives in a battle they can't win. Are you really going to fight alongside me?
I have no reason to betray you.
Really?
I failed to kill Hekarro, failed to eliminate you. No Tenakth would follow me now. The Karja remain out of my reach, cowering behind their walls. All I have left are the screams of those long dead and unending rage. So show me where to bury it.
All right.
Ever since you got in my way, I've wanted to see your bones burned white beneath the sun. But if I'm to die in battle, then it might as well be with the one who flew with the wings of the Ten.
I'll let you know when it's time to move out.
Ooh. Aloy and Gaia want me to figure out how to capture Festus. It's from Ada.
Oh. This must have been Beta's private room.
Aloy. If you were listening to this, then, things didn't go as planned at Gemini. I know you'll keep your promise. Which means I must be dead. Well, that sounds familiar, doesn't it? But lots happened since you found me in that ectogenic chamber. Thank you, Aloy. You've been my shelter. And I would risk it all again to be by your side. I know you'll find a way forward. That's what you do.
I'm sorry, Beta. But I'm getting you back, no matter what it takes.
Minotaur bed mat. I've read up more on the Regional Control Center, the more I appreciate the immense amount of planning that went into Project Zero Dawn, but one aspect of the facility puzzled me. Why pre-design it? Gaia was more equipped to imagine the needs of future humans. Well, I have four working hypotheses. The answer may be the simplest. Sentimentality. Coming through the facility's files led to the discovery of an audio log. Severely corrupted, likely a consequence of Minerva's occupation. I only managed to extract a fragment. August was only 8 when the swarm broke out. He was in Singapore staying with his mom. I should have gone. I should have done a lot of things differently. A log from the facility's designer, perhaps. I suspect it may have something to do with the locked door tucked away behind the maintenance shaft. While I am disinclined to pursue the matter further, this time Aloy and Gaia. Let me help. Build the transport rig for Pol. Yeah.
Huh. The door's unlocked now. There's more machinery in here. It might have had something to do with the facility's operations.
I've got to be more careful. Jensen almost caught onto my plan while we were going over the diagnostic center specs. I've got nothing against the rest of the team. It's just... I'm sure they've all got family they're gonna meet up with in Elysium. But me? I couldn't even bury August. There is nothing of him left besides my memories. I won't let those blink out of existence too. The vault's for us, no one else. 11 more weeks before we lock the blueprints. Then the rest will be up to Gaia.
Vault. I found a locked door behind the vent in the basement. Wonder if that's it. Looks like a power cell could fit here.
There was one... August 8th? No, it's too many. For a date and a year.
Okay, that console has power now. From the looks of this data, Hephaestus tried multiple times to hack into the repair bay. But doesn't look like it succeeded.
Right here. All right, this is going to be a shot in the dark.
Switch to a private log? Okay, so Regional Control Center 9.
9.
I've been tackling the design of the Ag Lab. Place is...
That door needs a code. Maybe there's something in my data points that can help. There.
Really? 9, 626, and 11, and 8 is for August. That's my... Because that's every number, but it left one number blank. If you look, 9 is the only number on here. 626 is the only number on there. 11 is the only number on there that left 1 too short. August was only 8 when the swarm broke out. There you go.
What is this place?
So, yeah, I told the rest of the team. I was standing in the cafeteria, trying to pick out a god-awful meal cartridge when it suddenly hit me. Every school field trip, August always asked me to pack extra in his lunch bag so that he could share it with his friends. I don't know how. I was lucky enough to end up with kids.
Is it going to be a message from all the team?
And I know he'd want to share this too. So, to whoever finds this place, this was us.
The last time I spoke to Leanna, they were just about to ship out to the Pacific Front. They really believed that if they could buy us some time, it'd be worth it. That Zero Dawn would save us. But if you were listening to this, then they were right. It was worth it. Their name was Leanna Jensen. 9th Civilian Guard Brigade for Operation Enduring Victory. And they were so brave.
Do I say it now? Do I say it now? Okay. My name is Emma Irving, and I'm 8 years old, and my favorite animal is a fox. Do you have foxes in the future? I hope so. They're the cutest. And super smart. Dad said we have to go underground soon, just like a fox. And then the bad robots won't get us. So, I guess this is H and G. Hi and goodbye.
The day I was supposed to meet my sister's new baby, a vert swooped in and a crew of masked commandos threw a bag over my head. Next thing I knew, I was being told how the world would end and given a choice. Die now, or help Zero Dawn and die later. At least Nicole, Ella, and baby Aiden will be safe in Elysium. Gave up my allotment to make sure they could stay together. I don't know if any of this will actually work. Zero Dawn, cradle-raised humans. But if it does, do better than we did, okay?
Got to be honest, I don't really know what to say to the future. So I guess I'll say something to the past instead. Mom, Dad, I know you'll never hear this, but I wanted to say thank you. For all those times you dragged me along as a kid to volunteer at hot zone relief centers. You used to say, you have to pay it forward. The future will always be brighter for it. I'm trying to live up to your example. I love you. We'll be together again soon.
That's really cool. A couple of really touching messages within a vault of their memories. Again, it's a lot of extra work that they put in this game for no reason, and I love it. You have to do an unnecessary amount of exploring to find a secret passageway in the back of a room.
Just you wait, Varl. We're taking those space slugs down.
Okay. Maybe it's time to get everyone together so Tilda can brief us. But is there anything I should handle before that?
Yes, turn on my drones.
There we go. All drones are reconnected to the dome now.
What background should I have for this meeting? Lush forest is our background. Oh. It's actually kind of cool. Oh.
All right, people. I need you up in the control room right away.
Here we go.
Okay, everyone. We all know what's at stake. Beta, Gaia. Not to mention life on Earth. Now, it might seem like the Zeniths are invincible, but they're not. We've got what it takes to break into their base and defeat them. We even have one of them on our side. Tilda, show us the base.
It is constructed atop the ruins of an ancient military facility on an island to the southwest. I can get us inside. To this location. Undetected.
How exactly?
You'll know when you need to. Once inside, our goal will be this structure. The launch tower. Gaia and Beta are being held at the top. But along the way, we will face overwhelming resistance. Most importantly from Gerard, Eric, and the others. But also...
Once I take away their shields, we should be able to deal with them. But it will be easier to deploy the device if someone else is carrying it. I'll need a strong back.
Carry stuff? Yeah, I can do that.
Even if your device works, there will still be Spectre drones, scores of them.
If only we had an army to fight them.
I've got that under control. You'll know when you need to.
Ha! Good one.
All right. We'll meet up again just before we go in. Where's the best place to rendezvous?
On the coast, just across from the island. Once there, I'll show you the way.
Okay. I'll let you know when I arrive at the rendezvous point. And then you can join me. In the meantime, do whatever you need to prepare. Understood?
If I have an army of machines, that'd be dope.
You two? A minute? Tilda helped me get in touch with Beta, and she told me something important. There's an installation inside the base. It's called a regulator. Here. Once we're inside, I need you two to split off from everyone else and destroy it. So you'll have to bring explosives. this will help stop the drones. Everything depends on it. Are you with me? After that, I want you to find a way to infiltrate the Zenith network.
How?
Go over all the data that Beta left behind. She knew how to do it, I'm sure of that.
All right. But why? What am I trying to do?
Find information about the Zeniths. Anything Tilda's not telling us. Silence is right about one thing. There's no way we can take her on her word.
I'll do my best.
Keep her safe, okay?
On my life.
Cool. That's really dope.
We need to get Silent's weapon to the Zenith base intact if we want to take their shields down.
I'll be gentle with it. I promise.
Good. Without it, there's no payback.
We're finally doing this.
Never thought I'd be off on a mission to take down a bunch of immortals from the stars. I can hear the drinking songs already.
Varl made the right call. You know, bringing you here.
Thanks. Yeah, Varl. You know, I never knew he had a sister. I found out a few days before you guys went to Gemini. I was, well, to be honest, I was terrified I'd screw up the mission somehow. So he sat me down for a drink. Just one, mind you. And we talked about family. Vala, Ursa, loss and revenge. And how you helped us.
You know, we never did get that drink you promised back in the Embrace. And you never told me exactly how your sister escaped the Mad Sun King.
I guess we never got around to it. World ending and all. No time like the present, though. If you're up for it.
You think it's time for us to finally have that drink?
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, of course. Oh.
Go get the drink, Aaron.
So, how did Ursa escape Mad Sun King Jiran's palace?
Well, first she had to survive the Sun Ring.
Remember that?
During the war, the Karja threw a prisoner a day in there. And, you know, for what? To die as sacrifices, fighting machines in a pit. Thinking somehow that was gonna appease all the other deranged machines in the world? Ha! And when it was Ursa's turn, the Karja thought she'd go down if they threw a big machine at her.
Oh, but she didn't.
And she defeated all of them. Even got some of Jiran's kestrels for good measure. And the Mad Sun King was impressed, I guess. Thought it'd be funny to have her run around his palace as a servant. He enjoyed humiliating her that way.
I remember you telling me something about that. That's how she met Avad. He helped her escape.
Yeah, but what no Karja scroll will ever tell you is how the young prince snuck Ursa out of the palace. He knew their best chance was to get Ursa to blend in, so he got her everything she needed to disguise herself as a Karja noblewoman. Yeah, perfumes, veils, and all.
I get the feeling she wasn't too happy with that.
Oh man, Ursa would have rather fought her way out of that palace with her bare hands than put on all of that Karja eye paint. But Avad insisted it was the only way, so she agreed under one condition. Avad had to dress up as well.
She made Avad dress up like a noblewoman?
As perfumed and powdered as a babe. Ursa said he looked better like that than he ever did in a crown.
That would, definitely make for an interesting sight.
Oh, it worked like a charm,
Love it.
too. Not only did they make it out of the palace, They paid a traveling merchant to get Ursa to the border, and none were the wiser.
You were right. That was a story best told over a drink.
All good stories are.
If that one's not working right, you can have one of my spare focuses, you know.
Yeah, little bugger's got some personality, that's all. This saved my butt a couple of times now. It wouldn't feel right to leave it behind. You know, besides, it goes with my outfit.
Wouldn't want to spoil your look. I guess I should get going.
I'll see you at the rendezvous point, with my hammer ready.
I wouldn't have it any other way.
Yeah, I love Aaron. Great
I hope
character.
everybody's ready for this. Fighting the Zeniths isn't going to be easy.
Aloy, nothing you do ever is. At least now you don't have to do it alone.
Thanks. You and Aaron seem to be on better terms now.
He may have terrible taste in music, but he did apologize for mocking my tribe. And that ale he keeps raving about isn't half bad. I still plan on beating that stubborn face of his to break our sparring stalemate.
Try not to hurt him too bad. Everyone here, training, working together. If it weren't for Varl, none of it would have happened.
You know, there was this one night, right before Varl left with you to go to Gemini. He realized I was having trouble sleeping. I was nervous about the mission. To be honest, I think we both were. So, he asked me to join him in Gaia's dome. He brought up this hologram of Earth that you two found back in the Zenith launch facility. We sat there, just looking at it. I thought about how Plainsong was just a speck on that great sphere. How every corner of it must be teeming with life. And any fears I had about our mission were gone. I miss him terribly.
I know. You and Aaron...
He may... And that I still...
Try not to... I should go.
Before you do...
What is it?
You placed this focus in my care, and gave me the highest calling an Utaru has ever known. If I should fall in battle, I'd like you to be the one to bury my seed pouch, for the both of us.
So...
Make sure you stay alive to do so.
Let's just try to all come... You nervous?
A real bummer.
I'd be lying if I said I'm not slightly apprehensive.
The plan will work.
Right.
I want you to know I'm glad you're with us, Alva.
Whatever happens, I'm grateful that the legacy brought us together. I never thought I'd get to actually meet an ancestor.
Come on, do I look that old? Katalo will protect you inside the Zenith base.
I'm not afraid. I know Katalo will fulfill his duty, as will I. If we die doing so, at least it'll be alongside a friend.
I'd rather you both stay alive, if you don't mind.
We'll try and keep that in mind.
The rest of us should be enough of a distraction to the Zeniths for you to hack into their network undetected. But you'll have to be quick, in case they do.
What exactly do you expect me to find, Aloy?
I don't know. The truth.
If like,
lucky.
Tilda turns out to be the final boss, I'm gonna be blown away.
Once all this
I really
is
hope
over,
she doesn't
will
betray
you
us too bad.
Go back across the ocean?
I don't know. The more I think about it, the more worried I become. If I go back, I don't even know if they'd let me keep this focus you gave me. Or even if I somehow were allowed to carry on my duties as a diviner, would I be willing to let the truths I've learned about the ancestors be buried away by the Board of Overseers? Would I dare challenge them and risk my family's safety? Or losing Federa?
Who's this Federa you mentioned?
She is another diviner.
Ooh.
One of our best. We used to be rivals at the academy. I hated her guts. But apparently there's a fine line between hate and love. We became very close, and then I was assigned to the expedition. She promised she'd wait for me, no matter how long it took.
Well, that was smart of her. She won't do any better.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
I do. I need to get...
I'll be at the rendezvous point. May truth...
We never got a fourth bunkermate back here. Maybe DLC?
So, how are we feeling about the mission?
I do not know everything that you have planned, but it doesn't matter. All that remains is to follow you to the end.
Thank you, Kotallo.
You brought us together, and I am grateful too.
We didn't really get to talk about what happened at Gemini.
There was nothing more to say.
I will say the facial
If he were
animations in this
Tanakh,
game are amazing.
Varl's bravery would have earned him sacred burial at the Grove, among the most distinguished of our tribe's warriors. His deeds were worthy of the Ten. When the fight is done, I will have the Inkers etch his memory on my skin, so that it may live on.
I'm sure he'd be honored. Now that training time is over, what's on your mind?
The Bulwark, the Kulrut, and how we need another miracle if we're to survive the Zenith base.
I'll try not to let you down.
I know you will not.
I'll see you soon.
It will be...
Alright. Getting close.
Welcome back, Aloy. Would you like to continue our chat? I'll be making final preparation.
There's clearly a console here. I don't know why it doesn't work.
I miss Varl. It still hurts to think about him. I don't know if the pain will ever really go away. When I find that bastard, Eric, I'm gonna make him pay.
Before I leave.
Come to rattle the cage.
That's all for now.
Leave.
Alright, so there's probably gonna be nothing for silence either. There's one last person I want to talk to.
Hey, Varl. It's almost time to sneak into the Zenith base. Rescue Beta and Gaia. I don't know how it's gonna go. I really wish you could be there. To help. Well, this is so long. For now.
And look at that, I have a campfire right on the coast. How convenient. Alright, you know what, I'm gonna save. And I'm gonna create a second save. In case I ever want to come back and do this again. Very last thing to do. Kill a crab for good luck.
There. The rendezvous point. I should take care of everything I can before calling in the others to attack the Zenith base.
I mean, skills. Have any skills that are worth 3? I guess one of these two. Ah, there you go. You know what? I'm gonna equip this for now. Melee damage increases by 300%. What is it? Oh, whatever. All right. I'm going to grab a water, go to the restroom, and then we will begin. So just watch this, and I'll be right back.
One more day behind me.
All right. Let me, you know what, plug in my controller so I don't have to worry about running out of battery mid-thing. If you proceed past this point, you will be locked into Singularity, and the open world will be unavailable for the duration of the quest. Let's do it. No way back.
Okay, everyone. I'm at the rendezvous point. It's time to rescue Beta and Gaia.
Understood, Aloy. We're on our way.
Yeah, it's not a terribly far walk.
Aloy.
Where are the others?
Not far behind.
Egghead here couldn't stand traveling with the pack.
And she flew above.
Are we all here? Then let's begin.
I like how Zoe and Regala are both in their battle vestiments. Katalo has his arm.
A tunnel.
An ancient escape route from the ruins on the island. When I realized it ran all the way across the water, I thought it might prove useful to come and go undetected. So I concealed it from the others.
Cool.
Shall we?
Please close it behind us.
I wish there was a less pungent way to get way inside the base.
Agreed.
You were in a millennia-old sealed tunnel below the ocean.
That plane offers a little cover, so the only viable path is through there. There will be Spectres guarding it, and many more can be deployed from those hangars.
All right. Alva, Catalo, get to it.
Where are they going?
Somewhere important. Erend, you're with me. You guys, take the high ground in case we need covering fire.
Tactically sound, I suppose. What will she do?
There's a sensor node nearby. If I hack into it, I should be able to scramble the network and keep you undetected. But not for long.
Then we should proceed.
One more thing. Open up the channel to Beta. Audio only.
Aloy.
We're here, and we're coming for you. You know what to do, right?
As long as you hold up your end.
We will. See you soon.
Be careful.
Let's go.
All right. Silent, Regala, and Zoe are providing support.
Get to the launch tower as quickly as possible. I'll do my best to conceal our intrusion.
Beware, Aloy. Spectres ahead.
Company. Follow my lead.
That's what I do.
Hey, just here. Live long, kill your ass.
Anytime you're ready. I think there's a cave up there that might get us through that ridge.
Let's climb up to it.
Any minute.
Machine's resistant to shock.
What's in this backpack, metal bricks?
Aloy, Alva and I are closing in on the regulator.
Keep me posted. Made it through without a fight.
It's creepy in here.
Don't worry. I'll protect you.
I wish I had a glider. I guess I'll find another way across.
Good jump. He just have a giant high-tech weapon on his back.
I'm not really built for climbing.
Sorry, Erend. There's a lot of dead machines on this island.
We killed a great many when we landed here. Their salvage may prove useful to you now.
Another Spectre.
Sneak or fight, you choose.
Let's mark its track.
I'll follow you in. Stay low. Are we gonna attack or what?
Just pass this by.
Tired yet?
Yep.
Looks like we snuck through.
Yeah! Clear those weeds.
We're through.
Is that a dead Stormbird, too? They're fighting.
Spectre's a good sport! We can take this one, Aloy! Keep moving!
That Stormbird carcass should get us over the gap.
I hate Stormbirds. But I guess, yeah, dead one's handy enough. Hey, you remember the good old days when our only worry was whether Meridian would be destroyed? You know, instead of the whole world?
Oh, yeah. Good times.
Where'd that one go?
More specters. I'll attack with you. That's slowing. Let's get it. Ah, come on. Use X. Aloy, for you. Hey, watch this. Idiot beats hammer. Stop! Hit it while it's frozen. Kaboom!
Yes, doing awesome damage.
Aloy, can you hit this thing with acid?
Hat's beating at its armor.
Aloy, over here. Good job I stashed you with berries, huh? Miserable pile of junk. Oh, look at that thing whipping away. Use acid. Corrosion.
I'm not giving up. them.
Got him.
Let's push on.
Destroyed a lot of apexes too, huh? Acid is proving useful, so let's stock up on the 4 acid arrows.
Here, up this rock.
Break that off.
Well,
I can.
We should move on.
Gotta walk up, don't I?
we're gonna have to climb around this corner.
I'll try not to complain.
I can see the way forward. Keep moving.
Going as fast as we can. You all right?
Sort of.
Looks like the others have things under control.
Ha! You shoot like a Notaru, Aloy!
How many specters did the Zeniths have?
Not only want to fight at once, that's for sure.
Yeah. Get the fumes in your eyes. Plasma. Hit it with plasma.
Come on, up the slab.
Let's dent some metal. That's the quick way to take it down.
There you go.
You aren't winning this battle, you love.
Aloy, Alva and I are in position.
Do it. Blow the regulator.
A moment while I ignite the charges.
Let's see our light show.
Alpha and Catalo did their job. Now it's Beta's turn.
Aloy? I think we're in trouble.
Holy hell.
Whatever you plan to do to stop those specters, you better do it now.
I'm not doing anything. Beta will. She just needs a little time.
Time that we don't have.
Come on, Beta, come on, come on, come on.
What is that?
Yeah, slaughter spines. What the hell? What the actual?
Army. I think you got their attention.
Is she making with the nanobots thunder jaws and slaughter spines?
Very clever. You had Beta inject Hephaestus into the base's printer matrix.
Which is faster and more powerful than any cauldron.
And now it can crank out machines to its heart's content.
Holy hell, just look at that.
Your maneuver, as clever as it is, means that Hephaestus has escaped containment. It will no doubt flee back to the Cauldron network.
We grabbed it once, we'll get it again.
Or find a way to replicate its functionality, perhaps. The Apollo database.
And we can, with Apollo, we could technically, hypothetically make a new Hephaestus.
That big rock might give us a bridge to get up and through.
Gotcha.
I guess not all the Spectres are fighting our machines.
Ah, that'd have made it nice and easy.
Holy hell. This ability, the enhanced melee, is really powerful, guys. That rock bridge is what we said would help us. Plus, we get to grab another bellow back. Volatile sludge used for making acid stuff. Good. Ravager cannon.
This way.
Big jump. To the right, I think.
And now to the left.
You can get to the launch tower through the hangar up ahead. I'm heading over to join you now.
The hangar's in bad shape, but I can see the way in. Hurry, Aloy!
Another one? Get the fumes in your eyes.
By the blood of the Ten!
Captain! Take him down! Hey, boy, can you hit this thing with acid? Come here!
See what I can do with this.
Also, that's a annoying sound, but a glorious splash of lights. Why is this one handing my ass to me? He's not special. You hear that guy? You're not special. But he's wrecking me.
Good work, everyone. Let's go.
Well, I need to check for berries. That one depleted me. I don't think there was a lot. Let's die. There we go. Yeah, there are some. Okay. A little bit. It's not a lot. And hopefully there'll be more on the way. Alright, so who's with me now? Regala, Silence have joined up with me. I guess Zoe's up ahead.
Whoa. Look at all this Zenith space stuff.
This is really cool. I hope a lot of this survives the battle so I can come check it out later.
Come on, let's go!
This is Regala's last stand. Yeah.
This way, demon! Ah!
All right.
This is the death I was promised. Go!
You can hear her fighting too.
May Regala return peacefully to the cycle.
She cared nothing for peace.
At least she died on her own terms, not as her puppet.
Yeah, no, shut up. How far can I get out there? Dope. An army of specters or slaughter spines and thunder draws. That is so cool.
Aloy, it's been intense, but Catalo got me to a network node. I'm trying to get in.
Keep at it. We're almost to the tower.
A lot of resources they've gathered. Or could it be part of the ancient military base? Actually, look at this. It's so cool. What? Ooh. There's Professor X and his zeniths.
Ah, now we know who's been causing all the fuss. Tilda's little pet.
Silence! Zenith's inbound. Can we drop their shields, please?
I'm powering it up. Stay still.
This is pointless. You can't hurt us. Face it. You're worms that ooze through the cracks into our basement.
Silence?
One moment more.
But I might just spare you if you give up Tilda. I think it's safe to say she's forfeited her share of our operation. Permanently.
There.
No? Nothing. Fine. All right, people. Light 'em up! Are we supposed to be scared?
Yes. Yes. You would do very well to be scared. Oh, it does put a smile on my face.
It won't take long before he preps the shuttle for launch. Then he'll be able to take Beta and Gaia into orbit and onto the Odyssey beyond our reach.
We gotta go through there?
I fail to see another option.
Then we'll carve a path. Ready?
Awesome. Blaster cannons.
Get to the top and secure Gaia. I'll stop Gerard.
Eric?
Could use acid against it. I gotta get to the top of the tower and free Beta.
Aloy, die, my saint filth! Apologies for that. We're okay. As long as Alva hurries.
I'm almost into the network!
Just do the best you can.
There we go. We were able to get some berries. There, medicinal berries. Yes, full up. Far Zenith Repository.
Okay, an elevator. Promising.
Yep. Eric, what I guessed. Going down.
You got some unfinished business, little girl. I don't need a shield to take you out.
Trust me, you're gonna wish
all
you
you've done. Your every fight we've seen you in.
Whoa! I can't let him catch me. Felt that, didn't ya? I'm taking you down!
Ready, little mouse?
Not much without your shield, are ya?
Let me taste the blood.
He was fairly resistant to that.
You're done for!
Yeah. You made a hell of a team, don't you?
Yep.
Aloy, are you there? I'm on my way to help. I need to find my way in there.
This is the end for you! Take that! Time to shut you up!
Feel it. Hurt.
Good. There's Zoe.
I almost forgot what it was like to hurt.
Now we're having fun, right?
You okay?
I will be. In time.
And
Go.
loot? No.
Rescue your sister. I'll regroup with the others and make sure they're alright.
This is all stuff for remaking items on the fly. Speaking of which, let's recraft 2 of those, 2 of those, 1 of those.
I better take the lift.
We should be good. Chill winner from the looks of it. Yeah. Good. Blaze, Metal Bite, good. Metal Bite is the acid, I'm sorry. Metal shards for arrowheads. I like that my main source of offense in this game is also my main source of income in this game.
Looks like the machines and specters have almost wiped each other out. What was that?
Aloy, Gerard just activated the self-destruct failsafe on the printing matrix. He's taking control of a number of systems.
Including the lift?
I'm afraid so. He's restricted its access to the top. You'll have to climb from there. I have to go. I almost have.
I might just go back, honestly, and watch that scene a couple times again of the
Erend? Is
shield
everyone all right down
dropping
there?
and them getting their comeuppance.
Mostly. We're cleaning up the last few specters.
What about the Zeniths?
Dead, I think. Izo told me you got Eric. Good work.
Yeah. Thanks. I guess only Tilda and Gerard are left then.
Aloy, you there? Listen, I got into the network, but only for a minute before I was shut out. I found a bunch of flight plans and trajectories, as if the Zeniths were planning to leave Earth.
Doesn't make any sense.
I know, but there's more. The files I found have a lot of references to something called Nemesis. Whatever it is, the Zeniths are afraid of it.
Alva? Alva! What's going on here? Maybe Beta can help me figure it out.
Nemesis, could it be...
She's okay.
An alien? What is the Nemesis? Could it be the giant demon Ted Pharaoh? I don't know.
Almost there.
I wonder what all those bubbles are. Are those all supplies that are going up?
This is it. End of the line.
What is Nemesis? I love the crystalline cybernetic black and blue mixed with the gold and white aesthetic. It's a very cyber,
Are you okay?
a high future take on...
Look, I know you've been through a lot, but you have to help me access the Zenith network. I need to see their files. Anything referring to the word Nemesis. Okay. Over there.
Help her, Aloy. She's literally been through a lot. It's a cool looking device.
Systems are down all over the base. I should be able to take advantage of... Yes, Nemesis. Here. There's something in deep space. It's following the Zeniths to Earth.
Aliens.
Look. Escape vectors. Alva tried to warn me about this. The Zeniths aren't planning to stay here.
They're planning on mining the Earth.
Machine of some kind. Or a swarm of them. The energy readings are astronomical. Aloy, I don't think a natural disaster destroyed the Zenith colony on Sirius. This thing did. Earth isn't a new home for them. It's a way station. They're on the run.
Yeah, it looks like Tilda's gonna be the final boss. Eric felt mini boss. He didn't feel
I
final
see
boss.
you've been busy.
And you've been lying. Nemesis, what is it?
It is us. The minds of Far Zenith. Or failed copies of them, anyway. Back on Sirius, some of my peers weren't satisfied with physical immortality. They wanted digital transcendence. A way to upload their minds into any form, organic or mechanical. Nemesis was a failed experiment to that effect. Abandoned, but never erased. An immense database of our memories, emotions, and prejudices left to fester.
And it destroyed your colony?
We didn't realize it had gained sentience until it broke containment. It had everything it needed from our memories. Security protocols, system specs, override codes. It hacked everything before we knew what hit us. Then it took over our printing facilities, allowing it to gain any machine form it needed to wipe us out.
I think we know what the third game is going to be.
Imagine being trapped alone for decades with only the twisted echoes of megalomaniacs for company. It hates us for abandoning it to that prison. And now that it's free, it will do anything to destroy us, including denying us a safe harbor on Earth.
The extinction signal that woke Hades. You didn't send it. Nemesis did.
Finally, you understand.
Ooh.
And when that failed, it launched from Sirius to finish the job itself. Which is why we must flee to a random planet circling a random star, somewhere it can never find us.
With Gaia. So you can build yourself a new world.
That's the plan. Even now. Earth is finished, Aloy. Nemesis will scour it of life to deny its creators a viable home. But Elizabeth's dream won't die. You'll come with me to the stars. And with Gaia, we'll create a new world. Together. Where that monstrosity could never find us.
What? No.
I loved Elizabeth. More than you could ever know. And I let her stay behind to die with the rest of humanity. A mistake I have regretted for 1,000 years. Now she stands before me again. Not some inferior copy, but her best possible self. So I'm not asking. You're coming with me.
Man, Tilda, you an ass.
It may seem harsh now, but you'll forgive me in a few centuries.
You can't force me, Tilda. Your shield is gone.
I have something better. Spectre Prime, to me.
Final boss? Yeah.
Take cover! Get to the door!
Submit, Aloy. You can't win.
I've heard that.
It's a goopy looking mech.
This Spectre was designed to survive against more than that.
Got it! Acids all over it!
I knew you didn't truly want to hurt me. Ask yourself why you're holding back.
Elemental ammo's making a dent in those gold plates.
Oh, dang it.
Oh, that thing's fast. You're not taking me, Tilda!
You cannot win!
Eat the food. No, I have no potion. There we go. Now I can do it.
Please, Aloy, stop!
Those machine guns on its nipples?
Sticks and stones against the lightning.
I was hoping I'd be able to... There we go. Let's stick with acid.
I'll shut you down.
I can endure. You cannot.
Can you, though? I got cluster bombs that have taken out every enemy in this game.
Armor's up.
This Spectre was designed to survive against more than that.
I mean, maybe, but I haven't used a single potion yet. I used one food. I've literally been eating while you've been fighting me.
I cut that thing's armor. This won't work, Tilda!
I knew you didn't truly want to hurt me.
Just a nimble bastard.
Those gold plates are vulnerable.
Full power!
Use gold plates to power its attacks.
Sticks and stones against the lightning.
Large health potions, good.
You're not gonna beat me!
Good.
Ask yourself why you're holding back.
Oh, I'm in no potion time.
I can endure. You cannot. This world is finished. We must leave together.
A few more hits.
I want to finish it with the spear.
I can endure. You cannot.
Melee kill. don't want her to die. I kind of like her.
It's over. Why couldn't you just let me choose?
Yeah. I mean, we didn't check.
She tried to take you. And she told you about Nemesis.
So you've known all along.
From Hades, yes. Along with data on how to circumvent the Zenith shields.
Hades.
Everything I did to create the rebel army
So
was
Nemesis
based on
sent
that knowledge. To reach this.
Nemesis sent stuff to either destroy life on Earth and make it uninhabitable for the Zeniths, or if the Zeniths got there, give the people there knowledge of how to take it down, or give Hades knowledge of how to take it down. Man, that is petty.
This place, this moment.
And you couldn't just tell me?
Come now, Aloy. You're the last person to act sensibly in the face of impossible odds.
And yet, we did it.
When I learned of Nemesis from Hades, I saw the pieces on the board and how to play them. And in that same moment, I knew it was a game you would never play. That you would interfere and attempt to save the Tenakth. I was correct, to a point. You ruined my plans, but brought your own to fruition. The end result is the same. We're here. And now it's time for me to leave this doomed planet behind. To seize the Odyssey and the Apollo database, and begin a new chapter in my pursuit of knowledge, one with infinite possibilities.
Nah.
You can join me if you so desire. You've more than earned your place. Unlike Tilda, I'm extending a polite invitation.
You're going to just take off? And abandon everything? Stay. Help me fight that thing.
Perhaps Tilda didn't adequately define the threat. Nemesis can't be stopped. It destroyed a highly advanced Zenith colony in a matter of hours. What hope does this primitive tribal Earth have? If you brought Gaia, you wouldn't be abandoning life, you'd be saving a seed for a new world. Just as Elizabeth did. It's the choice she made. The sacrifice of all that is for the hope of what might be. If she were here in your place, she would board that shuttle, Aloy.
Found her.
Is she hurt?
Still on her feet.
Thank the Ten.
Goodbye, Silence.
I would kill him. I'm sorry. You're not taking Apollo, that's what I'd say at least.
She looks victorious.
My camera.
As always.
Aloy. You did it.
Hey, where's he going?
As far away as anyone can go.
Oh. Are you sure?
Hey!
You're staying.
For a time. You people are going to need all of the help you can get.
Ah!
Does anyone else need a drink?
Not if it's that ale of yours.
I'd be fine with a nap.
Excellent idea.
I hope it's really over this time.
Yeah, about that. It's our end of Star Wars moment, you know? Cool. I'm just saying, new base?
There's another battle ahead, Elizabeth. Very different than the one you fought.
Ross and Elizabeth. Dad and Mom. Kind of. Completed Gaia.
It's not about the distant hope of creating a new world. It's about preserving the one we have.
And it
My
all but
friends have a
two.
new mission. To spread the word and ask for help. They've taken it in stride. I think it's because they've always known what I've only just started to understand. That the people of this world
Regala
have
being
the
buried.
strength to fight any battle.
With honors.
The ingenuity to solve any problem.
Erend is with Moreland, Stemmer, and Abenar. Is Alva returning to
Courage
the Empire?
to overcome any
Another
obstacle.
staying here, as their people go back. Bohai.
And the resilience to rise after any setback. As for me, I can't say I'm not afraid. What lies ahead will be harder than anything we've faced before. But I know I can put the fear aside. Because for the first time in my life, I feel like I'm not alone.
Eleuthia, Apollo, and Artemis are here, along with Demeter, Aether, Poseidon, and Minerva. I didn't see Hephaestus or... This is cool. This is us flying down the original thing we took at the beginning of the game. The chain scrape. So their plan was never to change the Earth into their own design. It was to get a complete copy of Gaia, harvest as many resources as possible, and bounce in a completely random direction. Here's us flying over Chain Scrape. I will say, combat design, guys, good job. Game felt awesome to play. Quest design, awesome. Loved the quests. All of them so fun. Creative, really good characters. World design, as always, 2 for 2 in games in terms of world design. Loved it. You had a small area. You had a pretty big area, actually, but you made it feel super diverse, super lived in. There was stuff around every corner to find and collect, so it wasn't just a big, open, empty world. Now we moved away from Chain Scrape to Barren Light. We're still moving through the Daunt. I mean, the credits, so they're probably going to take a hot sec. But... Barren Light's still being rebuilt. I loved... Let's go through it as we go. I loved Chain Scrape. The corrupt overseer storyline was done very well. It's tropey, but it was done well. Barren Light was a short but sweet thing, and the embassy was really cool. The ambush by Regala, that was a cool way to introduce that. And our first voyage into the west, we see a dead Horus Titan. The salvage quests were fun. They were a bit basic, but they were fun. And the armor, I'm still wearing armor. It's one of my favorite armor sets. I really get pain in the ass to upgrade because of bad drop luck, bad RNG, but there's the Karja Tower over there. I remember that quest. Just an ancient war zone, dead corruptors, tanks. So cool. As we enter the desert. Yep. I've killed this particular Thunderjaw right here multiple times. As we're heading north towards Plainsong. Because we're still in no man's land. Oh no, this is the swamp where we headed. Where we found the Hades Proving Lab. Right? This is where we followed Silence. This was Silence base at the base of the Titan. And that was our first interaction with the Zenith, which was awesome. I did call it. I had my theory. It wasn't dead on. Obviously, it wasn't dead on, but that the far Zenith were still alive and it was aliens. Close. Aliens, no. Hyper advanced space AI and immortal colonists from Earth. I feel like it's pretty close. I mean, they've been living on another planet for close to a millennia. I feel like calling them aliens is not out of left field. That's the Glint Hawks Island. Right? Oh, this is where I followed to get to the Hades Proving Ground, I think? No, we would have passed the Hades Proving Ground. Abandoned camp. Oh, this is the tunnel to the Forbidden West. Past the collapsed tunnel, collapsed by an earthbreaker. Which means right on the other side of this mountain range. Should be Camp Nowhere. Out in the distance, I see Vegas, or Deep Ember, if you will. Let's quick overview of the game. For me, The big hitting points of a game. Story. Story 10 out of 10. The story was great. Story overall, chef's kiss, phenomenal. I have made it clear how much I like it. Ooh, that's cool. I haven't seen those. The spades, the clovers, or the clubs, the diamonds, and the hearts. Dope. Maybe I have seen them, just not from this angle. And I'll talk major story beats a little later, but Vegas might be one of my favorite parts of the game. I didn't think it would be. It might be, though. Seeing the lights the first time I came out is a gameplay moment that's going to stick with me. Combat was great. Combat felt smooth. It felt challenging but rewarding, and the better you get at it, like, I can now take down spine slaughters and thunderjaws and dreadwings with ease. I actually never had a problem with that dreadwing. The first dreadwing, I just spammed bombs and killed him. But there's still some machines like shell snappers that still, even at level 50, even with my legendary gear, provide a substantive challenge. So combat, I'm gonna give didn't like give me all the brain goo, but it felt good. I'm gonna give it like an 8 out of 10. Exploration was probably what I got most frustrated with. In terms of those few short moments throughout my streaming where I would just get uber pissed when just a button press would make me jump off a cliff. Like, hey, I know what I pushed and it wasn't that. Those moments I was very much irked by. Found them real annoying. But aside from that, the introduction of flight was amazing. The grappling hooks were great. The glider was great. The dearth, sheer amount of content available for you to explore in the environment, animals for you to hunt, the secrets to find was breathtaking. I'm gonna give it an 8, and the 2 points are for the finicky climbing mechanics mostly. Other stuff like that I would connect that, like miscellany, like collectibles and all that. Very satisfying. Very satisfying to scan all the enemies and machines and find their weaknesses. To hunt down animals for upgrades. Hunting down machines for upgrades is a little bit more of a pain, as I said at the beginning of this stream. But then the black boxes were really cool. The ornaments were really cool. They were just very different puzzles. So again, I think I'm gonna give it an 8. It's a lot of people's hot button. It's not the biggest thing for me. Graphics and visual effects, that's now on the screen. It's actually perfect timing. Great. Facial animation, every rendered cutscene was so beautiful. I'm playing it on the PS5. And I hope my capture card was able to translate it all as well as it should have been, because this game was beautiful. The menu design, for the most part, was smooth and good looking. The actual gameplay, there were some rendering issues every now and then, but those were pretty few and far between, with textures not loading until I got a little closer to certain objects. For the most part, that was barely an issue, though, so I'm going to give it a 9 out of 10 for the graphics that are available in games as of right now. good-looking game. In terms of the other side of art, not just the graphic facility, but the aesthetics of a game, which I think are always far more important than the graphic design. 10 out of 10. The design of the game, the design of the Farzenic and their technology and their style, the Quen, the Tanakh, all of the different styles, blending and having such a unique feel. And same as the world and all the cities having such a unique feel to them. The sunken, like I said, Las Vegas under the sand. But then when the lights activate and just seeing that at night, or seeing a sunken San Francisco, the underwater levels weren't great. Wasn't the best, smoothest control, but damn if they weren't pretty. Damn if they weren't beautiful. So good. Machine design for the new machines, like the Sunwing. Look at this thing with the rippling solar panel wings. Shell snappers, I hate. They look cool as hell. The spine slaughter, or slaughter spine, sorry, slaughter spine, obviously. The giant Spinosaur death monster. Really cool. Loved them. And the alien aesthetic of the Spectre and even the Spectre Prime at the end. I'm going to take a good look at it after this in the my little drop-down menu. But beautiful. Incredible designs. The outfits looked great. The faces looked great. The mocap was phenomenal. Yeah, dialogue, the quests were, like I said, a lot of fun. I put that under miscellany, actually. Yeah. So overall, 8.6 out of 10. Based on an average of those things. Story, combat, exploration, graphics, aesthetics, and miscellaneous, meaning quests, collectibles, everything in between. And you know what? For the sake of it, I'll give it a little bump up. I'm going to give it a round up to 9. I think that is fair. Because there's also just the more than the sum of its parts aspect of it. Sum of its parts, 8.6, repeating. More than the sum of its parts, 9. Perfect game, no. Close. And just cool credit scene. You flying on Aloy, just a little different than the normal. Music. I didn't think about music. Music. A lot of it is similar to the soundtrack in the first game. Aloy Bait, I know that makes sense, yeah. Varl, Gaia, Silence, Erin, Petra, Fashav, Katala, Regala, Hilda, Gerard. I don't think I ever learned Gerard's last name. Gerard Bieri. Name. A lot of other characters. But underneath it all, I hear where we are. Kala, Targa, Rebecca, Izadra, Marpin, Travis T. Ida, Christia, Nell, Yevika, Untala, Herbalist. Eileen Sasaki, cool. Got a lot of characters. Stanley Chen. Ed Farrow. That butt. Minerva. Wow. Big cast. You'll be near me. Stay with me in the flood. Wow. Huge cast. In dreams I never left. I had courage like the beast. My eyes, they never fled. Yeah, Real glad I played it. Fun game. I knew it would be. I loved the first one. And if I didn't have such a backlog of games, I might replay it at some point down the line, but no time soon. I can't do it anytime soon. I gotta do. I'm gonna be starting Elden Ring tomorrow. It will have been up if you're watching this on YouTube for a while now, but watching this on Twitch, that's gonna begin. And same with Project Triangle Strategy, I think, for the Switch. I'm gonna be starting soon. Not positive about that yet. Just from what I understand, that's also a decent-sized game. This was 17 parts, 3 to 5 hours each stream, plus a bunch of playing off stream, so close to 80 hours in this game. And Elden Ring, from what I hear, is big.
When everything's aflame, your back is straight as you walk away, straighter than an oak in a storm. Only I remain.
Yeah,
Should I have
we're fine.
been reshaped?
We're in musics. Niels van der Leest.
Is that what you want?
Niles van der Leest. Does that have
I am
anything to do with Tilda van der Meer? It might just be that naming scheme. Oh, the different art. PlayStation. Okay, Guerrilla Games. The team at Sony who assisted with this. Good job. Man.
But when you hear you'll be near me, stay here with me in the flood, in the flood.
Sound design too in this game. I didn't really talk about sound design, but really good. Everything from the basics of the natural sounds to the machine sounds were all great. A lot of them were genuinely unnerving. I really dug it. The piano-esque lilting of the slaughter spine comes immediately to mind of, but also like the metallic whirring of the long legs and the burrowers. The echoic pulsing of the burrowers is yeah, that noise. Kind of genuinely annoying, but good design. That's literally what it's meant to do. It's meant to grab attention. QA, incredibly important. Quality assurance, very important to any game. They get not enough credit, so I'm gonna appreciate them right now. Appreciating. Additional functional testing. Additional localization teams. Both ends. yeah, they can keep this game going. This game is pretty cool. I can skip. Okay. Didn't even think to skip. Discovered Nemesis. And that means all trophies obtained. Plattied. You are now free to... Yep. Bam. Platinum. Congratulations on defeating the far Zenith threat. You are now free to continue exploring and complete any unfinished quested activities. Hidden number. Plain song. The base. Barren light. Was it all the areas I was flying over? What is this? Yeah, I thought so. Okay.
Come to rattle the cage.
All right. Well, I guess.
I'm surprised you're staying in the base. Thought you'd slink away to one of your workshops.
The capabilities of this facility are adequate for now.
Well, make yourself at home. I guess.
So Regala's back, but Alva's gone. But Beta's back. But did Regala
What are you up to?
I'm getting a head start on looking for ways to temporarily stabilize the biosphere. We may not have Hephaestus, but I'm sure we can come up with something.
I think we found a problem with the game, guys.
I paid Vral's grave a visit earlier. Back at Gemini, he tried so hard to protect me. He was my first friend. I still can't believe he's gone.
Ironic, he was my first partner and my friend, and his sister was my first friend, and he was my sister's first. Okay, that's good. See, I thought Silence was being here was like, this really takes place before that mission. No, it's all post-mission. Regala's just not supposed to be here. It's clearly just a problem with the game.
So, Nemesis. I had a lot of theories on what destroyed the Zenith colony on Sirius, but a twisted amalgamation of uploaded Zenith brain scans was definitely not one of them.
And now it's headed for Earth.
Yeah. Be careful out there, Aloy. When the Zeniths forced me to work on merging Hephaestus, it was... well, it was really pissed off.
Oh, that's right. That's why Hephaestus wasn't there. We still don't have it.
It's not gonna be easy.
We'll find a way.
So that's either going to be the DLC or a big part of the next game. You should have...
Now I know where metal flowers come from. A last-ditch effort to stop the Pharaoh plague. Demeter must have started distributing them after it took refuge in the greenhouse.
So we unleash Hephaestus on the Zenith printer to whip up an army. It worked great. Doing so, we release Hef back into the wilds, where it will continue to be a major problem. Not so great. A little analysis / prognostication. Bad news first. Hephaestus will undoubtedly retreat back to the Cauldron Network, and it will undoubtedly attempt to fulfill the same malignant mission it has since gaining sentience. Protect the terraforming system from predation by manufacturing combat machines to kill human hunters. Even worse, it will probably be stronger than ever before. Contact with the Zenith Network will likely have supercharged it, giving it access to new technologies, tools, and upgrades. And because it can learn and rewrite itself, there's no way it'll fall for the same trick that defeated it before. So capturing it at Cauldron Gemini is a non-starter. But there's some silver linings. Even though the merge with Gaia was aborted, she was able to copy over some of the original Hephaestus code base. On top of that, Silence has extracted some extremely helpful data from the Zenith copy of Apollo. Combining these developments should enable Gaia to exert significantly more influence over the terraforming system. She won't be able to take direct control of machines or stop Hephaestus from building combat units, but she estimates that by deploying a variety of workarounds, she can stabilize the biosphere within a year. So we won't all die, at least, not before Nemesis arrives. In addition, since she now has some of Hephaestus' source code, we should be able to develop new strategies to contain it. It'll take time, of course, but round 2 is coming, Hef, and next time I'll be ready for you, Beta. I was curious why none of them were updating, and then I realized... Can I not open this again? I realized that back in here, saw the Poseidon symbol. So the Poseidon symbol is supposed to be out there. It's just, this is the equivalent of where it would be on that star, right? Right here. Yeah, it's just slightly off center. It would be right here at the bottom.
A warhorn. To summon an army of rebels and machines. Regala threw everything she had at the Grove. Even in our duel, she was ruthless. But she was true to her word in the end. And at least she died on her own terms.
But, like... Did she die on her own terms? Or is she, you know, sitting right there? Regala.
Here for more words, or is it time to strike?
How did Hikaru... Fashav told me how he became a marshal. He earned it just like any Tenakth.
It was and then a Karja messenger was brought before us? That's when I knew. I had to run my blade through Hikaru and drag his treacherous corpse to the gates of the sun.
What happened when the Karja messenger appeared before Hikaru?
The quivering priest bore a message from their new king. No more war. No more raid. Suddenly the Karja wanted to talk peace. An embassy at the very fortress we tore down. A true Tenakth would never take a Karja truce. Their blood exists to be spilled. But Hikaru lapped up the priest. He showed himself a Karja-loving traitor.
And lost.
His mercy was just another sign of his weakness. I vowed never to rest until the debt was repaid. So with an army of the day you got in my way.
Gotcha. I mean, it's not the biggest of glitches or issues, but like... It's funny is all I'm saying. Yeah. Errand. Regala's horn.
One of Studious Fortis's many scrolls. It was a pain getting him to Barrenlight. Still, he didn't deserve to be run down.
Is this
by
all?
his riders.
We got a bunch of Zenith tech here now.
Erend was a trooper for lugging this thing around. And now I finally know how Silence managed to build something so powerful. Data from Nemesis. Is this a piece from the bulwark? Katalo must have brought this with him as a trophy. I may have fired the cannon, but he really put Dakota in his place. Talana must have left this for me on her way back east. I wish she could have stayed. But I know Meridian and the Lodge need her. This must be from the coal route. Between the Rockbreaker and the Slitherfang, Regala really wrecked the arena. I'm glad her rebellion is finally over.
Cool.
Now Hikaru and his people can move forward.
Slitherfang Fang. A piece of Regala Slitherfang that was defeated in the arena. Collected by Katalo. Thanks, bud.
Elizabeth had a dream for this world. I guess a lot didn't go as planned.
Nah.
And there are still dangers ahead. Maybe the biggest yet. But after what Beta and I accomplished, I have hope. We'll fight for Elizabeth's dream. Together.
So the reason she cut herself off from Data was because, Beta, is because she wasn't a perfect copy.
One of Morland's embers. The spark of a new dream for an ancient city. Hey, Alva, did you put a plant in one of the artifacts we found while looking for data on Leviathan?
Oh, yeah. I thought it might be a fitting way to commemorate our adventure together. I know I don't have a way with plants like Zill, but I tried my best. Why? Does it look okay?
Yeah. It looks... it looks fine.
Oh, good.
Maybe one day, I'll head back to the Sacred Lands and see Sona again.
That would be cool for a third game, not only to...
And how brave he was.
Go back to... or go to a new area. I would really like to see the Imperial Quenlands, but to see new stuff. Now there's one area I have yet to go to yet.
Everything okay, Gaia?
Yes, it is good to be home. Although my heuristic matrix will take some time to reinitialize. I must ensure that all Zenith code has been purged from my systems.
Good idea. Take as long as you need. Are we gonna be able to fix the biosphere? With Hephaestus back out in the wild?
With its escape to the global Cauldron network, Hephaestus has resumed its operations and increased its security protocols.
More hunter
I'm
killers.
already formulating options to recontain it. Additionally, I will utilize the capabilities of my remaining subordinate functions and make every effort to stave off collapse of the biosphere. I am certain it will gain us some time.
Sounds good.
Reinitialization in progress. I will inform you when it is complete. Reinitialization in progress. I will inform you when it is complete.
It's good to be back.
So our friends are just out there in the world now. Hey, bud. Me and your girl killed the guy who killed you. We got revenge.
We did it, Varl. We stopped the Zeniths. We saved life on Earth. Well, for now, at least. There's another threat coming. I don't know how we're gonna beat it. But we'll face it together. All of us. Rest easy, my friend. I'll visit again when I can.
All right. I don't know if this game has any post-game.
An Outlander. Eastern. If I'm not mistaken.
No, you don't.
Oh, I hear the music playing.
Aloy, to what do we owe the pleasure? Aloy, it's good to see you.
Plainsong seems to have changed its tune.
As our fields thrive, so do my people.
That's good to hear. How are things going with the chorus?
Slow. Convincing the chorus to take any sort of action regarding Nemesis won't be an easy task. But the Utaru know what you've done for them. With some time, I know I can rally support to our cause, whether the chorus likes it or not.
I'm sure you know how to handle them.
Soon we'll have a new harvest to celebrate.
May you always filled with plenty, hunter.
All right, so there are people. Unknown settlement? That wasn't there before. There's something. There's something different.
Pack's full, but my stash has room.
Knew I recognized that sound. And just Ostrom guards walking around. Because we're still technically in the Sundom. We're in Karja lands, right? Last log. Was this here the whole time? And I just never knew it was here? This can't have been here the whole time, right? Islands was in the base with me. Aaron was in Hidden Ember.
If you hear anything exploding, it's probably Moreland.
Eyes up here, brother.
We could sling explosives at the machines.
But what if we miss?
We'd have a lot of collateral damage. Yeah, scratch that.
So, Las Vegas. How's it going?
I've been talking with Moreland about how to get the word out about Nemesis up in the claim. The Oseram are free folk. It'll be hard to get them to work together. But him and me, we know a lot of people. We get enough of them riled up, the Eldermen will have to listen.
If anyone can make it happen, it's you guys.
You know, one time I'd like the two of us to go on an adventure where angry Oseram aren't trying to kill us. It's a good thing we put an end to Sarah's plans. My sister would have been proud. There is a lot of work ahead of us, but we'll make sure. My people stand with you when Nemesis shows up. You know, one time I'd like the two of us to go on an adventure where...
If we could get like an alliance of Harja, Nora, Oseram, Banuk, Gwen, Tanakh, and Utaru. Yep. All standing against... Nemesis. That'd be dope. Maybe learn more about Silence and his backstory with the Banuk. No.
It's been a while since Bleeding Mark.
Oh, Natika. Yeah, she was the leader who saved all the people in Bleeding Mark.
Well met, Aloy. I was hoping we'd run into each other again after the flood and Bleeding Mark.
Natika. So
You made it. That's what you wanted to be.
You're part of the Chief's Guard now.
It wasn't an easy choice, but yes. After you left, we laid Kentok to rest, and I thought about what he said. He served his clan, his tribe, as best as he could. I have to do the same.
I'm sure he'd be proud.
And he'd reprimand me for allowing myself to be distracted.
Can't have that.
Thank you again, Aloy. Strike true as the 10.
What brought this on? With everything that's happened, I feel like I need to do more.
Moments later, the entire grove was filled with
You up for
lights.
a game of strike?
Like the days of the first Tenok.
Even more. The truth of the visions was revealed to us. Then, we gathered here and listened to Faraday's words.
And this was the same message Chief Hikaru saw.
Oh, yeah. Unity against our common struggles. Peace instead of war.
Did you hear about the visions? Yeah.
Aloy, I was just telling Cavo how you revealed the visions after Regala's attack on the coal route.
I've always wondered what Chief Hikaru saw and heard the day he conquered the Grove. Now we know.
I'm sorry you don't get to see it too.
It's okay. I know a chaplain who was there.
The deeds of the Ten have always inspired us in battle. Now they will guide us towards peace
I think
as
it's
well.
great that it's
All
a
thanks to you,
museum that
Aloy.
inspired them. It's literally a war museum. But, like, yeah, if something like... There are those, just museums dedicated to certain subjects, and if one of those were to survive, it kind of looks like a temple.
I hope you're well, Aloy. Thank you for helping me with my new arm. The other Tenok look at my new arm with apprehension. I like it. My new arm is strong, but I don't always need it.
Where's Hikaru at? Not Hikaru. Not Hikaru.
Spill some blood, earn some medals. That's what we're here for. You've earned your honor.
Let the wisdom of the grove shine on us all.
Our old striper don't even bother.
In the time it would take me to get a full strike
Hmm.
of class, it is a
All right.
Outlander.
Different than those.
Medals are given to
Arena is
the...
where soldiers are made.
Care to give it a try?
I
no
traded
problem.
in all my tags. Finished all that. Might go for that one. It looks like a tiny mini thunder drawhead. I think these are just different skins of ones I already have.
Earn more medals and the...
Well, safe travel.
What's your name? You defended the court.
I heard you cleared the Valley of the Fallen. My idiot brother. Why did he have to go in there?
You. Train in the arena.
Right. That I'm ready for the next covert.
You think the commander will put you as a marshal hand?
Yeah.
I see what you're getting at.
All right. Well,
Visions will guide us. Shamefully rude.
can't find Hikaru. But I found Hollow and them, so the last one would be Alva. Let's check out Landfall, see if we can get this last one, and then that's it. And then I think we've done literally everything in this game. Unfortunately, no post-game yet. We'll hopefully they'll be coming out with DLC. He is, yep, we were right.
You ready for guard duty?
Make way for the living ancestor.
Hey, Alva. Thank you for sticking around. I know it couldn't have been easy to stay when most of the Quen went home.
I came to this land to find a way to save my family. I can't go back yet. Not with what's coming. I told Bohai about Nemesis, and I gave him a new focus.
Oh. Are you sure we can trust him with it?
I know he'll probably find a way to twist it to his advantage with the other overseers back home. But once Gaia is completely up and running again, we might be able to set up a network so that we can stay in contact. Maybe I'll even get to speak to my sister. And he said he would petition the Emperor to send us aid.
That's
cool. Do you think the Emperor will listen?
To be honest, I don't know. But I hope so. When Nemesis comes, I'll be right there with you, Aloy.
So, like, we had allies in the first game. Alana, Aaron, Arad.
Come. We have good news.
Oh.
No, I...
Aloy! It's good to see you.
How are things going?
We fixed it. The gyro compass set it up on one of our ships just now. She did it so quickly. Oh. What? I just realized I'm gonna get the biggest I told you so when I get home. And I can't wait to hear Meandra yell it in my face.
Sounds like a good time.
All thanks to you, Aloy.
Stop it. Make the talk. I mean it, man. But it's right there, and he's not going to eat it now.
All right.
Dismount, stretch my legs.
Go. No? There we go. All right, guys. On that note, we've beaten the game. No substantial post-game because we've finished everything. We've done every quest, every side quest, every errand. I haven't upgraded all my stuff, but now let's do that to fool around. Did all salvage contracts, all hunting grounds, all melee pits, did the arena, did all the rebel camps, outposts, ruins, tall necks, cauldrons, gauntlets, and collectibles. We have completely filled out the notebook with the Far Zenith Spectre Prime. Pretty cool. Maybe that's just a place filler. Looks like we got everything. Every collectible, including the 3 optional war totems, which are adorable. Didn't get all the data points, but that's neither here nor there. There are other audio ones. I do like the audio data points. We got all the holograms. We got all the most of the quests. But yeah. The game completion 87.64%. I think it wants me to like beat every single arena challenge, get every single data point, which I'm good. I got all the collectibles. I got all the information. I think I'm set. So on that note, guys, thank you so much for joining me. It has been awesome. This was a really fun game. And I really enjoyed playing it. Yeah. You can check out some of the other games I'm playing right now. If you're watching this on Twitch, when it goes up in my VODs, I'm going to be starting Elden Ring and Project Triangle Strategy. But you can check out some of the other stuff going up on YouTube right now are all of my Assassin's Creed Valhallas, which is a long game. That one took me 40-something streams to complete. Yeah. Alright, guys. Thank you so much. Give me a follow if you're watching this on Twitch. Give me a subscribe if you're watching this on YouTube. Thank you so very much, and I will be seeing you until next time.